Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome back to Warhammer Wednesday. Welcome back to the stream. Making sure everything's okay on both ends. Looks like it. I was joined once again by my brother. As I will...
Happy to be here.
Yeah. Should be audible now. There's the lobby code.
Yep. Thank you.
Hopefully things are better today than last Wednesday, but we'll see.
Yep.
If it isn't, I'll just make it a shorter stream again. It's fine. Alright. Switching on over. Hello. So, leaving off with everyone needing to level up. Hopefully it doesn't desync us while trying to do so.
Yep. May I start?
Yes, I quick saved.
Thank you.
It's nice that it puts all the marked favorites above things, whether it's the recommended or not. 2 stacks. Probably should just do the 2 stacks of versatility to start with, so that way I always begin with a decent buff. And while I would like the... I don't think I can change my character to the point where I can switch from subductor, so as much as I'd like the shotgun stuff, I can't switch to that, so I'm just gonna have to embrace the shield charge thing. Flash fire might be good too. I mean, it all might be handy just to weaken enemies that much more. But probably always ready seems like the best option. Fresh start's also nice that I gain a 50% bonus to the first attack of opportunity every round. A 50% bonus to dodging, I mean. So I can get out of danger, but I could also start grabbing some of the other stuff, but I think... Yeah, there's some common talents in a further set of levels. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 talents and common talents, with 2 of them being common. So I could just use those to grab some more arbitrator stuff specifically, and then grab the arch militant talents afterwards, or for any of the main ones. So I think always ready feels like a good start, just to have always starting with 2 stacks of versatility, so I always have a bit of a buff towards that. And Grand Strategist is a standard, or just a talent. I mean, there's always, because of Cassia, I still want to have mostly Navigator stuff, ideally. She gets a little less talents available common-wise at the same levels. So I feel like I would still like to emphasize as many for Navigator abilities, since she's a unique case. She's the only one that can use those. So while yes, a bunch of these other ones could be good, I could always grab it once I run out of the Navigator stuff that I like. So Mastery of Time might be good, since I do the bonus turn choices. I could get a natural allure, since Navigator talent and power taken, and it gains +5 fellowship, +1 for every talent and power of a Navigator category, so that's one of the reasons. I figure it would be a pretty good fellowship bonus now for her.
I agree.
And it'll continue to stack with the more I give her. Or I think I do want to buff up any arc rifle stuff with Pascal as well. But let's see what bounty hunter things he has. Well, that's kind of neat. Whenever a prey is killed, enemies within a 10-cell radius have their agility reduced for 2 rounds. So that's helpful. Armor penetration, critical scored. I'm not sure if he's going to be heavy on scoring crits with how arc rifles work. Maybe if this was if I was going plasma. Let's see. He actually gets a common talent sooner, so that's helpful. But then they're kind of weirdly scattered after that. Like there's a bigger, or about the same chunk of delay, but he gets 1 early common talent compared to the others. the rare 3 effect level, where he gets an AP increase. He also gets a characteristic and gets a common talent all in that same level. So Gruesome Kill, probably good. Heightened Concentration might be good. I'll go ahead and start the Gruesome Kill. I'm just not sure how reliable crits are going to be on him. Your games have the... well, share the spoils is also useful. Because that's if an ally kills the prey, the bounty hunter still gets half of the spoils.
Yep.
Withdraw, that's probably maybe helpful as well. Where if he gets struck in melee range for the first time, since the end of the bounty hunter's turn, they automatically dodge and move a cell opposite the direction, so if anyone tries to close in on him, he guarantees a getaway once per turn.
Yep.
For his turn. So I don't think it's as crucial to worry about at the moment, but that's where I'm thinking either Gruesome Kill or Share the Spoils. Probably Share the Spoils since he's not guaranteeing the kill, but he can at least mark the target for that purpose. And then I'll probably go Gruesome Kill next. Although it says whenever prey is killed, it doesn't say by the bounty hunter. So that might actually be better for now, and then I'll get Share the Spoils. Well, it's going to be, let's see, we're 1, 2, 3 more levels before that next one. So what do you think? Should I have it be that he gets half the bonuses granted if an ally kills, or have it be a debuff to enemies within his 10-cell radius around the prey?
Interesting. I will try not to steal the bounty kills, but it will be less stress if you have
Yeah, I'll go Share the Spoils then. Because then we have less to worry about. So far, so good. I didn't have any desyncing.
Yep. Right. What class to make J? Let's see. Which one did you go with for Cassia? It was like Grand Strategist or something?
Yes.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
I think I was considering Overseer with the Eagle, maybe. Master Tactician would be fine. For just helping us to get heroics out more often. But I kind of like the Eagle idea. Yeah, I like the Eagle idea. Okay, good enough for now. I need some time to think on what I'll get with my character. So, ready to move on.
Venture forth.
Yeah, multiple levels to consider.
Mostly one, but I have multiple things I have to potentially grab, and I'm trying to decide what to do. So, for now, I'm waiting rather than making a hasty mistake.
Let's seize the moment.
Hit save, you can make a decision, and if you're not sure, we can load back. Especially if we're going to get into another bit of combat, I'd rather you get the character at full equivalent capabilities.
I hear you. I'll take one more look. It's just tough deciding whether to go psychic or more of the
Well, is it a standard or common talent?
choose talent. So not common.
Okay, so it's archetype talent choice if you want.
Yep. But sometimes I have to choose to do otherwise anyways for the sake of getting certain abilities. But yeah. Ah, this is a good one. Alright, grabbing this instead. Thank you. Ready when you are.
Stay sharp.
Just continue then. Stay, move on. Initiatives are indispensable for supporting your party and dramatically reducing enemy defenses. However, each performs in their own unique way. Yeah, I've noticed. They're probably the weirdest starting archetype in terms of just not necessarily consistent across each character that you play as one. Like, Adira is not going to play like Pascal at all.
Nope. Agreed.
Okay. So we still can't get into this area yet, I think.
Yep.
Onward to victory.
Agreed.
Where are we supposed to go?
We talked to him at least once after we talked to Vladimir. Yep. Then we come back here later.
Okay.
I have a feeling it's higher level content, so they're trying to protect us from that.
Or we need to talk to the guy again.
Maybe.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Let's see what it says. So we have Heartless Void at the Void Dock, and then we have Where the Shadows Are Deepest of All in the Shadow Quarters. Which would you prefer to go into?
The second one.
Shadow Quarters.
Yep. So now I can't remember which one we haven't done yet. Sorry.
Marching ahead.
It's just back to where we were.
Yep. We've done the dark hideout, the warehouse. Where have we?
Shadow
Vaguely
Quarters.
remember it.
Assess the situation. It is vital to keep an eye on any potential threat. Local inhabitants of the Liege of Footfall can provide more information. There are people still inside the quarantine zone, and no one is prepared to help them.
Okay. All right, my apologies. Let's just go ahead and go to the other zone, because unless we're gonna start talking around various people hoping we get a way in, I don't think we can. So.
Let's see this through.
Doc. What are we supposed to do here? I wish these quests were easier to track on things we have yet to do.
My one useful tip, try to avoid approaching Heinrichs until you're done with the area.
Solomorn will be waiting for the rogue trader in Dock Alpha Row. Okay. He's somewhere around here.
Thank you for responding to my request, Rogue Trader. I'm here on the orders of Marshal Strax to ask for your help. We are in pursuit of a tithe thief. We must board the thief's ship, execute the heretic for his crimes, and return the sacred tribute to the protection of the Adeptus Arbites. The reward for your assistance in this matter will be the thief's frigate, the Heartless, which we will capture in the course of the mission.
It is a pleasure to see you, Solomorn, and you, Glyto.
Glyto, speak! Not every cybermastiff receives a personal greeting from a rogue trader. Such an honor warrants a response.
Why have you approached me and not Winterscale? Rek'Ad Monoris. It was his world.
I did, and I was rebuffed. As Rogue Trader Winterscale rightly pointed out, from the moment of the tithe's collection, responsibility for it transfers to the Adeptus Arbites. He also noted that the loss of a world is not an inconsiderable detriment to his protectorate, and he has no intention of expending resources to recover something that no longer belongs to him. Under similar circumstances in the past, our arrangement would have obliged us to turn to Lady Theodora. She was a key figure in supporting the Lex Imperialis in the Coronis Expanse.
It is poor form for a rogue trader to refuse to help servants of the law.
It is not for me to judge the Emperor's anointed.
And thank you for the raid, Pixie. Good to see ya. Hope the Space Marine 2 was fun. Sorry for talking over Solomorn. But you didn't say a whole lot, so that's fine. I'll help the Adeptus Arbites. What is the plan?
Captain Sargona and his flagship, the Heartless, are concealed in the Mundus Nullius. The exact location
Welcome,
can only
Raiders.
be determined with your ship's augurs when we enter the system. The Heartless is escorted by a small flotilla. You'll need to neutralize it in order to capture the frigate. Our BT strike teams will land on the upper deck, while your boarding party handles the remaining bays. My squad of arbitrators will take on the most difficult and dangerous part of the operation. The ultimate goal is to capture the captain's bridge and interrogate and execute Sargona.
Any more information about the thief?
Stein, transfer the latest data. Bryce, hologram. This one has the complete file.
Study the file. Sentenced. Guido Sargona, Homeworld Unknown, Psyker, Specialty, Pyromancy, formerly sanctioned, abandoned his post on a privateer ship and joined the pirates. Confirmed link, Kaspalika, Xenos, alleged heretical cults. Also implicated in at least 15 attacks on trading vessels, status alive. Study the hologram. Image quality leaves something to be desired, but you can make out the criminal surfeit of augments and sumptuous clothing. There is something haughty, almost maniacal in his bearing, like the tyrants who sooner or later proclaim themselves gods. And the rogue trader's going well so far. We haven't been having issues like last time. Give me the rundown of
Sargona. He is a former
Sargona.
privateer and a fugitive psyker. At one time, he was involved in the coal trade and the supply of Xenos mercenaries, but his pirate habits got the better of him, and he started robbing his associates. Now, even among the criminal rabble, he is known as a nasty piece of work. Something of an achievement, you will agree. Sargona is cunning, cruel, and unpredictable.
How are you so well informed?
Shortly after the fall of Rek'Ad Monoris, I questioned the Liege of Footfall. He supplied me with exhaustive information about Sargona and his ship, and gave the arbitrators full access to the docks. I suspect Takara's compliance stems from some bad blood between him and Sargona. Scum-eating scum. Nothing new there.
That will do.
As you wish.
Any tactical recommendations for the assault?
The task is relatively simple. Kill all enemies we encounter, and not let them kill us. Sargona must be taken alive for questioning, but I and my team will handle that. There is one other thing. The following call signs will be used for Vox communication during the mission. You will be RT1, and I will be DX1. I also request you use RBT sign language throughout. Non-verbal commands are faster than speaking, and will allow us to catch our target unawares. Here is a short list.
Remember all the commands perfectly well. I am an RBTs after all.
Indeed. One never truly leaves the RBTs. I meant no disrespect to your skills, but I prefer to err on the side of caution.
What do these call signs mean?
DX1 means I am in command of the Delta Xi Squad. It's one of our standard designations for strike teams in the Expanse. RT1 is you, the rogue trader and leader of the Rho Theta Squad. For a short mission like this one, these identifiers should suffice.
You have a deal.
Good. Do you have any further questions?
Tell me more about the ship you are promising.
The Heartless is the enemy flagship. It has been corrupted with inhuman technology, but you have the necessary resources to purge it of Xenos filth and make it serve the Imperium once more. Even if you don't wish to own a ship previously crewed by pirates, you will have prospective buyers lining up to take it off your hands. I'm no expert on ships, but when I questioned the captains on Footfall about the Heartless, they were almost salivating as they listed its virtues.
We'll take it. We are taking it, aren't we, Sherry? It's a whole extra flagship and practically for free.
Doing the Imperium a service is worth more than satisfying any personal desire. Especially one as undignified as yours, Jai.
Purifying and removing a ship equipped with blasphemous modifications from the hands of apostates is the sacred duty of all servants of the Omnissiah and of the Emperor.
Counter offer. I get the ship, and an arbitrator joins my retinue as well.
I do not have the power to choose my assignments, Rogue Trader. However, if the mission is successful, the Marshal is unlikely to refuse to deploy me as your escort.
I see. You may have other matters to attend to en route to the Mundus Nullius. Will you be able to accompany me?
No. I'm still on mission, and in your absence, my subordinates and I will be checking weapons and finalizing tactics for the assault. In other words, we will be wholly occupied with preparations.
I have no more questions. Board the flagship and await my command.
Acknowledged. Sargona is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Alright, so I guess we're making our way out.
Venture forth.
Oh, Heinrichs is back. Familiar figure turns to you. Heinrichs von Kallax, interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, bows his head respectfully. Lord Captain? Greetings, interrogator. To what do I owe the pleasure of this latest visit? Only to our mutual duty to humanity. It is that duty that demands that I disturb your peace once more. I was able to contact my mentor and report the tragic events that transpired on Rykad Minoris. I also received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of enemies of humanity, including the Xenos that were that we're assuming were involved on the theft of the star. According to their findings, the threat now hangs over the other worlds, this time yours, Lord Captain. He clears his throat and begins in a pointedly official tone. By the order of the Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty it is to stand sentinel over the Coronis Expanse, and the rogue trader of House von Valancius. The rogue traders of the House von Valancius is to take on board the agent of the Most Holy Inquisition, provide escort and support in deeds, great and small, that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Calcazar. Can't really say no, can I? Studies you for a moment, then ever so slightly, as if not wanting anyone else to see, shakes his head. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? The cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. In my absence, the situation in the Coronis Expanse has changed. I received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the region where the von Valancius worlds lie. You probably already know about the fate of the industrial world Kiava Gamma. If not, I will share what details I know, but not here. Better to talk on board, or we will not be overheard. I, rogue trader Ryder von Valancius, welcome the agent of the Golden Throne aboard my ship and take on the responsibility of assisting him in the fight against the evil that threatens humanity. He gives a reserved nod, an answer befitting a righteous servant of the Emperor.
If duty has brought you aboard the rogue trader's ship once more, then such is the Emperor's will. Welcome back, interrogator.
Thank you, sister. It is an honor to be traveling with one of the blessed Adeptus Sororitas.
The Inquisition? Ryder, you never mentioned you socialize with such distinguished servants of the Emperor. I'll bet it takes someone truly remarkable to warrant such eminent and close attention. Jay lets out a laugh.
He glances at her and tilts his head slightly. Mistress Haydari, ever since my first visit to Footfall, I've been hearing about your colleagues and personal talents. But I'm afraid your full name escapes me. Would you kindly refresh my memory?
Her laughter gets stuck in her throat. She pales slightly and still forces a apologetic smile. I don't mind, Shireen. Let my name remain not but a stray sound to you, plain and uninteresting.
Master von Kallax. Cassia's voice is brimming with genuine joy, which she immediately hides behind a facade of highborn primness. Since you are with us once more, I do hope you will find the time to finish our conversation about the literary works of Kronhaller the Blessed. I will make every effort, Lady Arcelio. I must also deliver this to you. He pulls out a sealed letter. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. I would ask that you read it as soon as you have the time. That is everything for the time being. Are you headed to the ship, or do you still have business on Footfall? Whatever the case, I can either wait for you on board or accompany you as part of your retinue. I'll just level him up on the ship.
Yep. Lord Captain, the inspection of the ship's systems is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for onward travel, except there is an issue you must be made aware of.
Cassia makes a quick, nervous gesture, adjusting the adornment over her third eye. In one moment. I have been studying the record left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the route to Dargonis and discovered that it does not match the one recorded in the atlas. It is more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the atlas, one after the other, and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless.
Argenta angrily chops the air with the side of her palm. Warp storms are our enemies, just like heretics and demons. It is a shame that they can't be dispersed with a flamer, or a bolter. Now, we can be certain that problems with astropathic communication and the Corona's expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in your way, Lord Captain. It is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate as soon as possible. I am talking about Janus, Dargonis, and Kiavagama. Charting new routes so that they can be reached and restoring control will be the necessary next step.
What would the consequences of losing contact with these worlds be?
A world deprived of connection to its neighboring systems and the Chronos Expanse's infrastructure can only rely on itself, and their capabilities are often limited. For example, Janus does not have a fleet of its own. Pirates, cultists, heretics, Xenos, anyone could prey on the helpless planet. The loss of communication is a threat to your position. A rogue trader with no protectorate to back them is one that grows weaker by the day.
The Boxmaster is entirely correct. You are a rogue trader Ryder von Valancius, the successor to Theodora von Valancius, one of the most influential women this side of the Maw, but you are also new to the business of governing. Many will doubt your competence and try to carve up your protectorate so they can snatch a piece for themselves. It is important to show your potential allies and foes that you are in control of the situation, which is why the sooner we reclaim these lost worlds, the better.
A faint smile appears on Cabela's lips. If the faithless decide that your worlds are easy prey, that is good. We will find enough enemies in your domain then, and we will kill them. The Undying One will look upon us with approval.
Tell me about Janus.
The surface of Janus was altered extensively so the planet could be designated an agri-world. It is a powerful food base capable of supplying the burgeoning protectorate and exporting provisions to the outer worlds at the same time. Janus owes much of its prosperity to the governor House of Viat. Under its leadership, the world has grown ever more prosperous year after year, securing shipments and taxes while keeping the workforce tightly controlled.
What is Kiavagama?
In an industrial world, Kiavagama is being managed by the Governor House of Kabrak and supplies your protectorate with rare mineral resources. Additionally, the planet features an Adeptus Mechanicus Manufactorum that processes materials and prepares them for shipment.
I testify that Kiava Gamma is a world marked by the Omnissiah's patronage. His Grace, the manufactorums of the colony, are inhabited by committed and industrious machine spirits. Heinrich coughs quietly. Mistress Tolleman neglected to mention that the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum also supplies heavy machinery, from forge harvesters to vessel systems and components. Abelard turns his hard eyes on Heinrich's. You display commendable knowledge about our world's manufacturing capability, Von Kallax. Pleased to be of service. What do I need to know about Dargonus?
Dargonus is the heart and soul of your protectorate. It is where the main administrative resources and storage facilities are, and so is the Von Valencia's palace. If you would like to know, this is where you will publicly accept the title of Rogue Trader. Dargonus is a major administrative hub that runs the cargo fleet and keeps track of finances.
Abelard, what is your opinion? Which world should we deal with first? Abelard strokes his beard for a few seconds before giving a hesitant reply. Rediscovering the agri-world will supply your protectorate with something none of of your servants can do without: sustenance. The importance of basic supplies should not be underestimated. Just look at Footfall in its current pitiful state. On the other hand, I am concerned by the rumors concerning Kiava Gamma. There have been no problems on Janus for many years, but something is very wrong with the industrial world right now. Delay may cost us the entire planet. I trust I do not have to explain the capital world. Losing it would make us the laughingstock of the other dynasties. Besides, the loss of chronicles and ledgers would spell a bureaucratic catastrophe. So all three systems are equally vital to the Protectorate. It falls to you to decide which should be brought into the fold before the rest, Lord Captain. Very well. Our course is clear. Do my officers have any other issues that require my immediate attention?
That is all, Lord Captain. The vessel and the crew await your instructions and are ready to depart Footfall immediately, should you so desire.
To what do I owe this visit? Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
Nods. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. I welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition with its inquiries, Van Kallax. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. The interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. To business, then. The cult of the Final Dawn. The madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the citizens of their Corona's expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. Why would Ordo Xenos agents investigate a chaos cult? You are well versed in how the Inquisition is organized, Ryder. Yes, initially our arrival in the Corona's expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos, but there's more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I'll be able to reveal the truth someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. A cult in my protectorate. Heinrichs are laying an accusation against my dynasty. Chaos treads softly, Ryder. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They can remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruit presents itself. The emergence of a cult on one of the rogue trader's planets does not mean that the dynasty head himself is a chaos worshipper. Having said that, it should be noted that Theodora von Valancius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedom granted by the warrant. He regards you with a probing look. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. If it is indeed so, it is your best interest to do whatever necessary to redeem yourself, and then perhaps you will get a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. The Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter that he is willing to show lenience towards my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical. Heinrichs nods. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I am surprised. The Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. You have spies on the Von Valancius worlds? The person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary in the Administratum Department of Dargonis. The planet's governor and Theodora were fully aware of his status. His duty is to fulfill a sacred oath to the Golden Throne and eliminate threats to the Imperium, which the Kronos Expanse has in abundance. His name is Achilles Scalander. As soon as we contact Dargonis, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. I'm sure you'll appreciate the presence of such an advisor amongst your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words at least occasionally. I want to know more about the cult of the Final Dawn. Chaos worshippers, most often agents of the throne, into lone renegades, stirring up the rabble. Insane prophets and hysteric visionaries preaching the end of days, a passing comet, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and the blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne were spent before we established the connection between the heretics. However, the cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They clearly spread their agents all over the Kronos Expanse, disseminating heresy amongst honest people on the Imperial worlds. There's a certain strategy to their actions that change whenever we get too close, and finally, they have enough military power to have had the 2 ships that we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. Man, he says a lot. The growing difficulty in making warp jumps is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. He sighs. After the events of Rykad Norris, I suspected the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain. The latest reports indicate it is your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. I've already agreed to give you a place aboard my ship. What else? The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains an industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. Machinations of chaos usually go well beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Kronos Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. Why did your suspicion fall in Kiava Gamma? Disjointed pieces of data that finally merged into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago, a vessel from that world arrived on football. The reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. We met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykad Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later, Ryder. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of Chaos Space Marines in the Cross Expanse and not an entire company. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my worlds, be they servants of Chaos, Xenos, or heretics. Commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fates of billions of people and dozens of Imperial worlds in his hands, which is why you need to be ever more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in their roots. That is enough discussion about the archenemy servants. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykad's son. He winces. The Drukhari, one of the branches of the Eldari, an ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to the ordinary people who fall prey to their raids, for the simple reason that the victims are not killed outright but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captives with uncanny expertise. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium auger arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a world or a ship. No, they are only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the webway, a different dimension which conceals their greatest stronghold, Komora, the dark city of the Drukhari, from which none can hope to escape. He studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykad's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the archenemy's designs. Perhaps Aurora's divinations, in fact, describe the Drukhari's actions. There's only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There's no alliance between the cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. I must go about my business. Is there anything else I need to know? Let me put it this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I'm here to help you fight against foes you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that has sprouted on the Von Valancius worlds while their masters are away, and that I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. He inclines his head. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Okay.
Your vault is nearby if you want to drop anything off in there.
Mm-hmm. We should.
Like, for instance, quest items that we, for the most part, don't need anymore. And other such things. Various weapons and supplies are good to keep at hand, but
Yeah.
pick and choose as you please.
I think I'll keep the gear we have. I'm just going to move most of this. Be some weapons we can go away to, like the St. Drusus. Maybe we should hold on to it just in case. I'm not going to worry about trying to sort out the weapons yet, since a lot of them are unique.
Yep. Lord Captain, we are once more within reach of the Von Valancia's protectorate. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom of your decrees upon their stewards. Developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links. All this is now your privilege and burden. We can make an attempt to trade.
It's not much.
Tier 1.
Mostly.
Yep. Yep.
Just seeing. Yeah, we can probably spare that amount to then get the next tier.
Yep. Make sure to check on your ship before we venture off.
The glimmer pattern was identical to what we have, apparently.
The void ship plating upgrade is still good.
Kind of like the defensive stance. Or a Abelard. Similar to having the gun parry thing that he already has, but now it's also a
Indeed.
although, yeah, I'll go with that for now. Okay, he gets a common talent, so while the braced effect lasts, the Navy officer can use the Get Off Me ability once per round, and the targets of their melee attacks must pass an agility resistance test or the penalty of -10 or fall prone. So it just like pushes them away.
Yep.
Stentorian voice. So that's fun. Get into cover. Once the braced effect applies, any affected ally gets an extra turn where they can just move for 7 movement points, and their cover efficiency is improved. So it's like, get out of there, get to cover. I think I'll either do I'll do Stentorian voice to just debuff enemies when using Brace for Impact, to kind of turn it into a more aggressive use.
Yep, I hear you.
And then he has Vanguard stuff, which I should probably consider over... Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of else that's special. Enduring Shield, when they at least have one temporary wound, they gain more parry and armor. That's probably a good one. They also gain parry against the enemy that considers the Vanguard a priority target. Each stack of Unyielding Beacon additionally increases armor and parry. So that one sounds good. That one sounds good. Now, if I could get Taunting Opportunity, then I like... Where was it? Taunting Defense. So it's like, attack of opportunity. They fail the willpower test. They become they mark him as a priority target, and then he gets a parry bonus against said priority targets.
Yep.
So I might do that, and then the next... So I can do Taunting Opportunity, then Taunting Defense, I feel like is a good combo. Otherwise, Enduring Shield and Renitent Beacon are both good. Maybe I should go with Enduring Shield first. So as long as he has temporary wounds, he has a boost to parry and armor. Or I could do the pair of tauntings early, so that way I can get them both as soon as possible.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll do Taunting Opportunity. And then Executioner. Let's see. Ability. Probably should focus on his own powers over the Executioner stuff. No worries, Bolty. Hope you're feeling better. He's like a weird paladin, technically, with his Sanctic and Biomancy. Regeneration seems handy. Speed seems cool. Well, I could see how Executioner would be a good fit for Cabela, even.
Yep.
Like all this bleeding sort of stuff, even self-inflicted.
Very much so. Indeed. But I think I like the choice I made.
Terrifying strike. A strike in the next melee attack forces all enemies hit to run away from the Executioner in a straight line for up to 3 cells. During this movement, the target does not provoke attacks of opportunity and leaves a bloody trail on the ground, which remains until the end of combat. The movement through these bloodstained cells costs the Executioner 0 MP, so he just kind of trudges through.
Yep.
Slides through the blood, like, whoop! Kind of like that one.
Yep. There's both a talent
Reckless
and
Abandon
ability
sounds good.
that works together well for that.
Yep. And Exsanguination. Gains bonuses to the parameters for each creature, enemy, or ally in combat suffering from the following damage over time effects: Bleeding, Burning, Toxin. Bleeding provides armor. Burning provides dodge. Toxin provides deflection. Next, range attack or psychic staff ability inflicts a damage over time effect on all targets hit. Not necessarily good for him, but still. Kind of like the idea of Terrifying Strike, but also maybe getting regeneration to counter, like, if I choose to have bleed.
Yep.
Effects, or... Actually, it's kind of counterproductive because it removes bleeding or toxin per turn. Or just one stack of it. I like the idea of Terrifying Strike, so I feel like I want to use that now. You can just see how it works.
Indeed.
And then he gets a regular talent. So he has a bunch of executioner stuff, but there's also Sanctic powers. Eternal glory, maybe. Sanctic or sanction powers. Biomancy. Sanguine Siphon sounds like it's pretty good.
Yep.
Maybe I should go ahead and go for that. Or... well, let me see. There's... double damage to... damage over time effects for the first time. He will be doing mostly Toxin paired with Bleed, I guess. Because they mentioned Burning is from a Pyromancer or a Navigator.
Yep.
I don't know what his Medicae stat is, but it's that maximum number of wounds for the Executioner depends on their Medicae instead of toughness.
You're talking about Heinrichs? I'll check for you. Currently it's 30, so base.
So, compared to toughness, not great.
Correct. His toughness is 45, which is a bit better.
Oh, there's Bloody Trail. I should probably just go and grab that if I'm going to grab the other thing.
A moment. Do they actually work together, or are they almost...
While
one or
moving,
the other?
all bleeding enemies leave a bloody trail on the ground, which remains for 1 round. Moving through these bloodstains costs 0, so it's the same idea, it's just that if they are caused to bleed by other means.
Yep.
So...
which my character and so forth will be doing, so yep. Yeah, so you might like that as well.
I think I'll go ahead and pair those together.
It'll make it easier for him to chase people down and whatnot.
Okay. What's the button to... so just flying to the edge?
A moment. Go to your bridge. I think we should check on the vendors one more time, and there's a good way to do so from your bridge.
Okay.
Alright. High Factotum Generous Danrock, which is nearby, pretty much the other side of this console thing in the middle, and to your right. So...
You read this?
Yes, I shall start. The reflections of the bridge lights are playing on a unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest who bows as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of this mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken it, use the key of your blood.
Who are you and what is your purpose here?
My designation is IH-630. The tech priest points his only mechadendrite at the machine beside him. The venerated Engine Seer Prime has entrusted this sacred mechanism into my care. It is now my duty to assist in the Rogue Trader's understanding of the Hollow Code.
What is this blood key I'm supposed to use?
The key you seek is the dynastic blood that runs in your veins. It is the only way to rouse this cogitator's machine spirit. When you are ready to do so, place your hand in the mouth of the Guardian Servitor on the blessed control panel. The Servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a screeching clack. You feel the cold metal pierce your skin and draw blood. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The tech priest by the cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain.
Pascal has informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents.
Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands, and a prayer of binaric code pours out of his Vox device. The servo motors in the bowels of the machine grow louder, its undulating hum responding to its chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens.
Scanning stuff.
Yep. The machine spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. The tech priest stops abruptly, and the green glow of his visor narrows. The registering an intact segment. The machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiamagama and Dargonis hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the Rogue Trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories.
What data repositories?
That remains hidden. The encrypted data bank belonged to esteemed Theodora von Valancius. She was the only one who could have known about these repositories. Perhaps the former Engine Seer Prime could have known. Omnisci accept his code. If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be more prudent on a figure as eminent as the Rogue Trader to store her classified data in receptacles most secure.
How do I accept these keys? Okay.
Cogitator vid screen blinks. The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of Von Valancius by means of a LAC-2, a hypodermic needle augment. If you are ready to accept the keys, place your hand inside the servitor's mouth.
I need
Deep
to know.
within the servitor's Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist. But the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Elect-2 has been painted inside your wrist. Should be enough to open the repository doors.
I need to know more about the caches.
The tech priest's augmented fingers dart around the control panel. Omnisci favors you. The machine spirit is willing to commence the calculation procedure that could restore the lost data.
Throw the data on the cache located on Dargonis.
The machine hums louder until it lets out a resounding crackle. Then the sounds stop, and an unmoving numerical combination lights up on the screen. The tech priest's synthesized voice sounds almost concerned. The data has been restored, but it is only a single phrase. Litanies of the motive force. That is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage.
I'm interested in the cache on Yava Gamma.
Servo motors within the cogitator pick up the pace. Their their heavy thrum growing louder. The machine clicks abrasively for several minutes until eventually a numerical code appears on the screen. The tech priest turns to you. Blessed are the Omnisci's deeds. The repository on Kiamagawa has a security system guarding it. The machine's spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses.
Have the tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus been able to discern how the ship was able to start her warp engine?
The Engine Seer Prime spends hours pursuing the quest for knowledge in hopes of comprehending the nature of said miracle. May the Omnisci's grace guide him on this journey.
Who you are?
I am IH-630 of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a faithful servant of the Machine God. The venerated Engine Seer Prime has entrusted this sacred mechanism into my care so that I may assist you in your understanding and comprehension of its hallowed code. Near you, on your character's right, is what I'm trying to lead you to.
I'd like to order this. Okay.
Yep. And this is how you can access the various trades while you're in the system. Thank you for checking. Maybe do a full-on save before you leave the system.
Yeah.
And I will help try to remember how to do so properly. Let's see. Probably... No. The bottom center of the screen. Oh, maybe you're right. Okay, very good. Alright. First things first, when you're in a new kind of part of the land, is clicking the bottom center glowing thing to scan the area. And you'll do so when you reach other locations as well. I will warn you, insight points are hard to come by. You can use them to make paths safer, but sometimes it's just better to travel as they are.
It makes it
save the point
funny because it's kind of similar to how the system in West of Loathing worked. To kind of like find locations. You could like blindly wander, or you can use stuff to help find the way to the Imperium.
You can even make new, long, even shortcuts, but it costs like 3 insight for the initial charting of the path, and that makes a dangerous red path, so thus you need to spend even more points to then make it
green
safer.
is the safest, then yellow, then...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Until endgame, we should never really go on a red path.
Okay.
Alright, your lordship, I beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Drive Master Zira Talar entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience. The ancient archaeotech, the sacred implementation zone throne, is at risk of being lost forever.
That's fun. I didn't realize if you hover over their little icons, it pulls up a big portrait of the character.
Neat. The relic is unique and as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the traitor Boitvir's mutiny. Despite the tech priest's ceaseless prayers, its machine spirits continue to fade and may soon be irretrievably lost.
I shall ascend to the Sector Bionica immediately.
The high factotum sighs in relief. I humbly await your arrival. Lots of these events trigger as we kind of travel.
Yeah.
So this will happen a lot. The implantation throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench, surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, vid screens, leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of this machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it is clear that the machine is ailing. Grievously so. The manipulator's segmented tubes hang limply. Bleeding unguent of the dusty lumens are only dimly illuminated. As the tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of their sensor is like a pendulum ticking down the moments until the throne's untimely demise. Your Lordship, thank you for gracing the Sector Bionica with your presence. You are already acquainted with Drive Master Zira Talar. It is she who has been tending to the ancient relic. She is here to convey the wretchedness of our present position. The tech priest slowly extends her mechadendrites, twisting them in an intricate gesture of greeting. Lord Captain, the blessed machine spirit that dwells within the throne is fading. I and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of tech healing and the prayers of the operational benediction of this shrine. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. This throne is a creation of the Omnissiah made centuries ago. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to propitiate its ancient machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. Many litanies and operating procedures did not survive through the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implantation throne during the mutiny, they have been lost forever. This sacred machine must be saved at all costs.
What makes this machine so important?
It is unique, one of a kind. The tech priest's optical augment flash and surprising fervor creeps into her voice. And the Logis Annals of the Adeptus Mechanicus, this throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any condoning of it is sacrilege. In addition, only the rogue trader or persons authorized by the rogue trader may use it. It is an invaluable investment in your longevity and bodily integrity.
How were the relics damaged?
The The high factotum clears his throat and grimaces. During the uprising, instigated by the rebellious Master of Whispers, the Sector Bionica was besieged. The Genitors and Medicae officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Most of the defenders fell in the battle, and many machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored, but the throne was particularly badly damaged.
What sacraments can the throne perform?
The shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing it with augmentations under the supervision of knowledgeable genitor. The complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, and stimulants administered in the required proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the Omnissiah.
How do we save the throne?
Only a servant of the machine god, endowed with the high rank of Genitor Extremis, versed in all the necessary rituals, and learned in the mystical currents of the motive force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate this mechanism. The only place where one might find such a servant is on the cloistered station of Altar Templum Calixus EXT 17. To the best of my knowledge, the cloister mistress Talar is referring to is located in the Furibunda system. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicating with the laity, but I am willing to leverage every diplomatic connection I possess to gain an audience with the station's clergy.
Genrock, I'll rely on your connections.
The Drive Master of Voxgrill emits a binary aria of thanks.
After
High
playing
factotum.
Darktide, I at least kind of know what it's supposed to sound like now.
The high factotum adjusts his monocle with a satisfied look. I thank you for your favor, your lordship. Before you depart on the Sector Bionica, I would also like to present you Genitor Majoris Ferenz and Vivisector Jas Martinax. They are currently performing an urgent procedure and therefore were unable to attend the inspection in person, but I am certain that they will receive the Rogue Trader's visit as a great honor, if you will follow me.
I believe this is the new content
Yep.
where we can now do
Dealing with-
augments.
Yep.
Not the only part of the new content, but it worked
Definitely
out
not.
that it was introduced when it did.
Yep. The smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain fill the cold air. Two figures stand over an operating table. The patient lying upon it is bound in place, and his head is soaked in blood. A woman in uniform desperately trying to force her way to the table. Please, help my son, in the name of the Golden Throne. I know you can. No tech has endured so much. The lined face of the middle deck veteran is contorted with grief. Every word she speaks comes out in a long moan. Your Lordship, the Medicae officer dressed in protective attire briefly looks away from the table to welcome you. with a solemn address. Vivisector Jays Martinex, at your service. The Rogue Trader's visit is a momentous event for the Sector Bionica. Will you grant us the honor of observing the operation? The hunched tech priest on the opposite side of the table erupts in a fierce binaric trill as he struggles to immobilize the thrashing and moaning patient. After a time, he likewise turns his metal-plated face to you. The life form, Genitor Majoris Ferenz, welcomes Lord Captain Ryder von Valancius. I second my colleague's statement.
Tell me about the operation.
Lord Captain, our guiding light, my son, Notek, he's injured and dying. I carried him here in my arms, on my own, so this Turgeons could pull him back from the brink. Please don't leave us. The woman's gaze swings from you to the Georgians and back again. Her mental state is obviously unstable. Still working the injector, Martinex turns his head to you. This young man has suffered a grievous head injury that requires immediate intervention. Genitor Majoris and I are attempting to stop the flesh from dying off, while simultaneously deciding on a strategy for further treatment.
Is there anything I can do to assist?
With the whirling sound, Feren's optical augment focuses on you. Scanning for the potential utility of the life form, an phallic healing skill is lacking. At present, nothing can be done. Do not be so hasty, colleague. Heal with the mind, not with medicaments. That's one of the key wisdoms of the Officio Medicae. Vivisector stares at the wounded man's face for a few seconds. Perhaps your lordship's presence will lend strength to the patient. Try to support the patient while we attempt to stabilize his condition.
Watch the pair at work.
If each of their many ocular implants focus closely on the patient, Genitor Ferenz is rooting around inside the man's open skull with a thin, sharp, probe-like instrument. Meanwhile, Chirurgeon Martinex's hands, clad in blood-stained gloves, are holding an injector of yellowish solution, which he administers into the patient's brain matter at regular intervals.
And the patient.
The man chained to the bed is missing the top part of his skull. The moist pink contents glisten in the lumen light. The patient is conscious. His eyes are open and his parched lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. The man's terrified gaze meets yours. He falls silent. How curious. It seems the rogue trader's presence is indeed influencing the patient's state of mind. Martinex looks back at you with interest. Whether it is a manifestation of devout faith in his anointing, or a bizarre form of delusion, it can only be to our benefit. Whatever you're doing, your lordship, please continue.
Continue to look at the patient.
A man in the bed stares back at you through glassy eyes, his arms held tightly to the bed by straps, shudder, his face contorting in a grimace.
The sign of the Aquila.
The throne of terror blazing in his light, turning aside every evil. A quiet chant emanates from off to your side. Turning your gaze from the patient, you see Sister Argenta, having made the sign of the Aquila, raising a prayer to the God Emperor. Her melodic voice is soothing and instills confidence. Through the bloody foam on his lips, the prostrate man whispers, "God Emperor, bless you, Lord Captain." Barely exhaling the words, he takes a deep, pure breath. A moment later, the two people leaning over the patient simultaneously raise their instruments. In a colorless voice, the tech priest proclaims, registering the complete stabilization of the life form's condition. Internal cortical damage has been treated. Requesting closure of the Kalat and transfer of the victim to B-class stimulants. He will live, but the stimulants won't replace that part of his brain. We implant the sacred cortical augment in his skull. It will restore his lost ability to think and act. Lord Captain, please, your subject has a genuine need for this augmentation. This constitutes a violation of the sacred directives. The value of an individual life form is incomparable less than the value of the sacred technology required. Augments of the specified class are rare and are restricted to senior officers. Thus dictate the regulations of the Sector Bionica.
Who is this man?
An expendable life form to be utilized in void battles, one of thousands. A soldier from the Voidsman combat unit and a devoted servant of the Emperor, Lord Captain. This young man has been fighting for his life, even through horrendous pain. If you allow the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example for others to emulate. My son, he's serving in a void unit. I was the one who told him to go there. My poor no-tech, rasped the woman from behind the Medicaid officers. In the last void battle, Lord Captain, where he barely survived his injuries, he has suffered a few healing attempts from the charlatans on the lower decks and endured a long road to come here. However, no weapons can destroy the devotion and fortitude of a true servant of the God Emperor.
What are your respective proposals?
I understand my opinion may strike you as strange, for the mere fact that this poor soul has found his way to the Sector Bionica might itself be regarded as a blessing. Yet hear me out. The installation of a cortical augmentation will restore the patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire the people and strengthen their faith in the Lord Captain, and let them know that the rogue trader's mercy will not abandon them in their hour of need. The life form on the operating table is easily replaceable and does not possess any substantial functional value. Therefore, the installation of the implant would be devoid of sense. Proposing replacement of lost function by means of Class B powder stimulants. The life form will have limited viability and will be gifted a optimal termination period with partial functionality. The Medicaid officer and the tech priest exchange glances.
Hit the augment.
We hear and obey, Lord Captain. Martinex offers you a graceful bow. I will see to the implementation at once, and the esteemed servant of the Omnissiah will assist me in this procedure. The Genitor Majoris response in binaric carries a distinct tone of displeasure. Ignoring his colleague's reaction, the vivisector begins inserting thin augmentation spikes into the patient's brain with uncanny precision. Before long, the iron plate of the cortical implant replaces the damaged bone with a resounding crunch. In the silence, you hear the sobs of a woman, no tech's mother's, weeping helplessly, furiously wiping her eyes with her hand, but a smile of relief lights up on her face. Thank you, your lordship. I will remember your intercession for the rest of my life, and pray for your good fortune.
Onward to victory.
On the map, you can see Genitor Friends and Vivisector Martinex if you want to speak to them again before leaving. The tech priest stares at you with a single visor. Amidst a tangle of metal and wires, the Voxcaster replacing his mouth hisses, scanning life form. Visit registered. Welcome to the Sector Bionica, Lord Captain. You will be received as Genitor Majoris Friends. The tech priest turns, and you suddenly realize he was standing with his back to you. The front of his head is covered in blinking visors. With the highest priority, I notify the Lord Captain that the sacred Archaeotech is still in an agonal state caused by the malicious actions of the rebels. The functionality of Sector Bionica is limited. The life form, Genitor Majoris Friends, humbly awaits your assistance in purifying the reliquary mechanism.
Why do you care so much about curing the throne's machine sickness?
Deep bass tone notes carrying genuine reverence rumble in Feren's hiss. I am inclined to conclude that the Archaeotech augmentation machine harbors a spirit that blesses all things around it. The grace of the Omnissiah. Genitor sweeps a Macandrite over the space around him. Its nodes and pistons are filled with the wisdom of the machine god, unfathomable to humble adepts, and if entropy consumes the spirit entirely, such wisdom will be lost. While the body of the machine remains in dysfunction, its spirit suffers from idleness. The motive force cannot nourish it, and its lenses remain blind. Litanies and rituals keep such an ancient creation of the Omnissiah from fading away completely. But these are only palliative measures, and if the spirit abandons its receptacle, the Sector Bionica will fall into decay, for this relic serves the same function as the heart does in human life forms.
Tell me about the Sector Bionica.
The Sector Bionica performs the repair and installation of sacred augments for those who demonstrate the most efficient service to the ship.
What does a Generator Majoris do? Genitor Majoris.
Those bearing the rank of Genitor bestow blessings on the installation, consecration, and maintenance of the augments, thus drawing the feeble bodies of humanity closer to maximum efficiency, pleasing to the Omnissiah.
Yeah, they like to make the language as complicated as they can to really make it fit the theme, I guess.
I deem the results of your scan to be accurate. The vivisector performs the functions of preparing the carrier for installation of the maximum efficiency configuration.
Like, how many syllables do you want? Yes. Who makes the final decisions during procedures?
The opinion of the vivisector life form carries the most weight. The request for a review of the chain of command has not been granted.
I wish to know more about you.
Given your inability to conduct a scan, I will respond to a limited set of inquiries.
How did you come to serve the Sector Bionica?
I maximize the efficiency of the life form serving within the sacred manufactorum of Kiava Gamma. By the blessing of the Omnissiah, I ascended to Genitor rank and was deployed to the flagship. My proficiency in installing augmentics was appraised as exceptional by the previous rogue trader.
The tech priest of the Omnissiah even allowed to work with living flesh? I thought you hold it in contempt.
Flesh is weak, but its efficiency can be improved with blessed metal. According to the directives of the Omnissiah, pivotal life forms, like pivotal mechanisms, must withstand maximum stress and produce the best results. My duty lies in improving them.
Try the awareness check. You and Martinez do not get along? Succeeded.
Scanning. Response to affirmative. The vivisector life form regrettably ignores the sacred requirements of efficiency in the service of the Omnissiah, attributing to it to rudimentary experiences.
Let's take my leave.
A brief trill of farewell comes from the Vox. The Genitor turns away, but the visor on the back of his head keeps watching you. Tall wisp of a man hurriedly turns to you. He is wearing an apron covered with dark splotches, and his thin arms are sheathed up to the elbow in medical gloves. Your Lordship, I apologize for my appearance. The Medicaid officer bows low. My name is Jays Martinex. I serve as Vivisector in the Sector Bionica, and it is untold honor to welcome you to our deck. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for permitting me to place a cortical implant in the injured man. Thanks to your mercy, one more person has been able to continue his service to the God Emperor. The Vivisector makes the sign of Aquila with his hands and bows to you again, even more deeply than before. Firstly, I must boldly warn you that until the relic that powers the Sector Bionica with the miraculous knowledge of the Omnissiah is healed, to my deepest sorrow, the installation of sacred implants cannot be performed. For all his florid speech, more typical of a noble than a chirurgeon, Martinex speaks with genuine sadness.
Why is the implantation throne so important to you?
It is probably a consequence of my years of practice among the genitors. The chirurgeon listens with genuine sadness to the lilting sound of the Biheric hymn sung by the technomats to keep the ancient machine alive. I learned much of the craft of healing from them, and after I found myself in the Sector Bionica, the machine spirit that inhabits this relic became my mentor. The artistry with which this machine joins flesh and sacred metal is so laborious and delicate that no human can replicate its efforts. Any Medicaid officers here have accomplished great things in their practice, but these successes are only crude imitations of the healing sacraments performed by the throne on their patients. Its loss would rob the Sector Bionica of its soul, Lord Captain. We cannot allow that to happen.
Tell me about the Sector Bionica.
The Sector Bionica is a special part of the Medicaid facility where we employ augmetics and implants to give life back to those who have been irreparably injured. We replace lost organs with consecrated technologies and offer the maimed a chance to serve the God Emperor once more. The sector's assistants and Medicaid officers report to me, while its tech priests report to Genitor Ferenz. Few vessels can boast a Medicaid councilum of such quality.
What does a vivisector do?
My primary task is to heal the flesh, Lord Captain. I oversee the processes involved in the workings of the body, and in the case of augments, how well they are joined to the flesh. You might say I make sure that the metal sacred to the Omnissiah becomes a true extension of the living body. The chirurgeon raises his chin proudly.
You work in tandem with the Genitor, don't you?
That's right. Ferenz is in the business of coaxing machine spirits with the most sophisticated augments. Martinex's face twists in a strange expression.
Who makes the final decision during procedures?
I am in charge of the Sector Bionica. I do not mean to belittle the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus in general, and certainly not Firenze in particular, but they have much to learn from the Officio Medicae when it comes to healing. Martinek's voice sounds undeniably smug.
Tell me more about yourself.
I am delighted to have earned your attention, gracious Lord Captain. What exactly do you wish to know?
How did you come to serve on the flagship? How did you become a vivisector?
I come from a noble line on Janus. Family legend has it that my ancestors knew the secret of the planet's terraforming technology. I, on the other hand, have chosen the path that allows me to transform the person rather than the planet. Advanced terraforming, in a way. Augmentation makes humanity stronger than any phenomenon in nature. Isn't that what the God Emperor wants us to be?
Why did the tech priest permit you to work alongside them? Augmetics, are they preserve, are they not?
An astute observation, Lord Captain. I am proud to tell you that I had the honor of serving alongside the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus back on my home planet. Among the tech priests of Janus, there are entire divisions headed by genitors. The knowledge of the Officio Medicae was essential during more complicated procedures, for the sacred remit of genitors does not include tending to patients' mortal bodies. That is when the experienced Medicae must be brought into the ritual. Thus, we found some common ground. I must stress that the esteemed genitors do not permit me direct access to the machines, since none but they themselves are versed in the mysteries of operating them. My purview is limited to the organic aspect.
You and Firenze do not get along?
For a second, Martinek's impenetrably friendly tone cracks, and he sighs waspishly. Yes, Lord Captain. Sometimes we seriously disagree. Firenze believes that replacing flesh with iron and receiving the blessing of the Omnissiah is the privilege of the few. I, on the other hand, make no distinction between servants of the God Emperor. Every faithful soul deserves a chance to continue working for the glory of humanity. I'm afraid it's not always easy for Firenze and I to find a compromise.
Let's talk about something else.
As you
I
say,
must
Lord
take
Captain.
my leave.
Take care of yourself, Lord Captain.
Well, I guess we come back to this later.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so it's just on our ship. A little funny to be like, oh, you gotta fly to a specific spot on this map to access this area of your ship.
Actually, you can fly almost anywhere and have this trigger. But point is, you need the trigger to happen.
I understand. It had me go to a location to trigger it.
Right. Yep. Lord Captain, the ship's senior officers request an audience with you. They are humbly awaiting you on the bridge.
We needed you to trigger 2 loading screens. Technically 3.
Lord Captain, if I may request your attention for a moment, I must report a series of highly dangerous violations that have taken place in the fuel compartment. The Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands, and I am thus forced to appeal directly to you. The Fuelers have founded a sect of some kind. This group practices fire worship of the Emperor and has been burning promethium near the fuel lines. I beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. I should point out that there have been no incidents in the fuel compartment so far, and that the beliefs of this sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours with the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practices unacceptable, we will put a stop to them immediately.
What, are they burning my promethium?
The amount of residue accumulated in the drainage tanks are so laughably small that it was not even worth recording. If there are any real misappropriation of the ship's resources happening here, I would have already punished those involved, Lord Captain. The last sentence carries a faint note of regret.
Does the ecclesiarchy recognize this cult, or is it considered heretical?
This matter is beyond my purview. Let Confessor Adalbert be the judge of such business. Confessor Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, steps forward, his voice deep and sonorous. The Emperor protects, your lordship. I can assure you that there is no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the fire prophecies have been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist the sacred teachings, and as for their chosen forms of worship, these are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium with the full approval of the ecclesiarchy.
Does this Oracle of Fire really make prophecies?
At least he and his flock believe that the Emperor reveals glimpses of the possible future to him and the sacred flame. Occasionally his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan, or perhaps a blissful lunatic, or... a wicked rogue who possesses psychic power not tempered by his will. A croaking voice interrupts the confessor's words. Lord Captain, as choir master of the Astropathic Choir, I must be watchful of any threats to the ship's safety originating from the Immaterium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, and so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. This man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and to the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may also dispose of him in some other way. We stand ready to carry out any order. Take your time in making your choice.
mean, I like the second one outside of saying we will not let the law stand in our way, which is like, that seems counter to being an arbitrator, but
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
it's also the more balanced choice
Yeah.
out of them. It's like, it's either, oh, I don't need to consider it further, or oh, I don't need to consider it further, or keep an eye on him. I like keep an eye on him. So I'm gonna go with 2.
This is a dangerous decision, but I will obey the Lord Captain. I will do my utmost to ensure that this cursed soul does not cause a manifestation of the warp. Emperor, save us.
It's giving me the tutorial about warp routes again. Okay, yeah. Green are absolute safest. Yellow are unpredictable events that can occur. Yeah, it's very reminiscent of traveling in West of Loathing to me. I know there's probably other games that have done this mechanic, but it's what I can relate it to from what I've played before, so.
Alright, I believe you trigger the scan, which will be at the bottom center. And then we can visit it more closely.
So we have to chart new routes from here. Only gives us the yellow again, which we might as well. Right?
What about it?
It's our only real option other than returning back to Furabundus. So,
We have a reason to go back, but is there anything we can do in this system before we go back?
Soto's Tomb.
Yep. Do we care?
Yeah, it's
about doing
uncharted,
anything here?
so I don't.
Yep.
You might as well check it out first.
Agreed. One of the events gives us reason to go right back, so we might as well use the green path to do so.
Okay.
But
Well, there's
before
pirates, which we can
Yep.
avoid.
Yep.
Check the space dust first. Now it feels like
Good.
Mass Effect.
Very good.
Should we take on the
There's
pirates?
a planet that they're also swarming, so we might want to go ahead and handle the pirates. Good luck, Lord Captain.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
It is a smaller ship, so we could start early with a ram if you position well. I don't fully know how ramming works, so it may be more trouble than it's worth.
Ramming speed! Oh, that didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, because you didn't use the ram function.
Well, I thought that's what it was showing with the indication of the...
Okay.
Oh, well.
I don't know enough about it, so maybe it will show up later. It
Awesome.
might just do its thing later. Let's see. Because Void Ship Ram, did you use that? Which is in the top left of our central abilities.
I did not.
Okay, that's how you do it. It's fine.
Okay, then.
Yep. Argenta has a command you can give, which gives control to torpedoes, allowing them to do a little bit more. Yep. I believe, yep.
Guess it's retreating.
Yep.
Blessed are the faithful.
Good work. Imperium cartographers and chroniclers know this place well. Long ago, the planet has been a prosperous outpost capable of eclipsing even footfall. There used to be a Cyclopean tomb station on its orbit, the final resting place of the Cornelis Soto, one of the discoverers of the Coronis Expanse. The tomb gave its name to the entire system. Alright. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. The crater formed by the station impact can still be observed from the orbit. Soto's tomb became a sepulchre for the entire planet.
sordid place has neither life nor loot, but knowing the nasty tricks that life can pull is a treasure in its own right.
There was a question mark. Was that something we can inspect further?
That was what we
or-
just looked at.
Okay, understood. Alright, then I think we should head back on the green path and visit Furibundus. Or, well, I don't know, maybe swooping around, scanning it, and it's worth the yellow travel. As you please. But we do have reasons to go right back. Thanks to that other thing that was triggering. As I am now fated to be your shadow, Doman Rider, we must perform a ritual that will seal our bond, where it pleases the Undying One. Let us speak on the bridge, and I will take us to a place appropriate for the ritual.
What is this ritual?
Come, and you will see. I do not wish to speak of the mysteries of the blood-spun web over the Vox. This knowledge is not meant for the ears of the uninitiated.
I will be there.
Thank you, Doman.
I wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The tech liturgy and the right of the machine. Blessing ended with a data meditation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracle sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. I wonder how this all sounds in binaric, because it's like, is it all just zeros and ones? How many of them? How the spirit of the void ship was able to call upon the power of the machine god and activate the warp drive remains unknown. Yet during my meditative ritual, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. The sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship's mechanisms differs from other analogous forms. This spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god, as apparently chaos is trying to overtake me in reading that. So what does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation. But I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend that we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. Remind me of what you wanted to find out? When the ship's warp engine was filled with a motive force despite the massive computational errors, a true technological miracle was achieved. No doubt it was the grace of the Omnissiah, but no such occurrences have been described in the catalog before. Hoping to gain sacred knowledge of the nature of what happened, I embarked on a blessed research and prayer. The report is received. Thank you, Pascal. Omnissiah knows all. It comprehends all. In a way, I kind of wish some of this was like, oh, you're needed on the bridge. It's like, I'm still on the bridge. While in this navigation, you could just have the scene there without having to load into people walking up to them. Just because it's annoying having, like, oh, you left? Well, come back to the bridge. It's like, I just entered the screen, so now I have a second loading screen to deal with. Or a third.
Your Lordship, we have contacted Alter Templum Calaxis X-17. In accordance with your orders, the Astropathic Choir sent a message to the station about the plight of the implantation throne. Alter Templum responded to our overture very promptly, which in itself is extremely remarkable for a cloistered servant of the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus report that they are most aggrieved by the misfortune that has befallen the ancient relic, and they are prepared to dispatch to the flagship a learned man versed in the restoration of archaeotech machines. His name is Eogan Febris, and he is ready not only to personally assist the dynasty, but also to teach the ship's engine seers all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priest ask only that you visit the station and inform them of the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rykad Minoris.
Don't they come to me?
Altar Templum Calixis is a very unusual place, a tech priest monastery, access to which is denied to all who do not belong to the ordained ranks of Mars. Some say that its cells are the most secure haven for the sanctity of the Omnissiah, while others say that the most heavily guarded prison of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Expanse is hidden inside it. It is surprising enough that they have communicated with laity at all. Expecting them to leave the walls of their cloister would be unthinkable.
Very well, I will adjust my plans to include a visit to the tech priests of Altar Templum.
I will relay that you have agreed to visit the station. The Vox transmission ends with a click.
Into the sun.
We have entered. We offer up our. I'm scrolling up. We have entered the station's orbit, Lord Captain, awaiting a signal from Altar Templum Calixis. For a few seconds, the Vox frequency carries only trepidatious silence, which is soon broken by a rattling voice. We offer up our thanks to the Omnissiah for the intersection of the events with the margin of error within the confidence interval. In the infinite branches of the future, this outcome will be marked as favorable. I am Tertia Lemma, Logis of the Altar Templum Calixis, and I appeal to the rogue trader for the sacred knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rykad Minoris?
Why the sudden interest in the fusion reactor?
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Acquisition of knowledge on the blessed archaeotech corrects a priori probability and increases the accuracy of predicting gracious events. The tech priest emits a long, vibrating, binaric tech litany, causing the Vox transmitter to rattle.
First, I wish to know if you can restore the implantation throne.
Undoubtedly. The restoration of reliquary archaeotech is a sacred and inviolable duty of any servant of the machine god. But before this action, I initiate a new interaction of an appeal to the rogue trader. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor? The logist repeats the words with the same tone of exultation as before.
The reactor remains on Rykad Minoris.
Negative deviation from the optimal outcome has been registered. The cumulative completeness of knowledge has been reduced. The Omnissiah mourns this loss. It is difficult to catch any intonation in Tetriolema's solemn voice, but the binaric exclamation that follows seems genuinely sorrowful. In gratitude for the expansion of our knowledge of the Archaeotech, the tech clergy of Altum Templum Calaxis is prepared to perform Grade 3 binaric rites over the machine spirits of your vessel. Janitor Extremis Eogun Febris, a manipulus who has received the benediction of the motive force, will be sent to embark your ship immediately. Omnissiah's blessings. Your Lordship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skills and is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. This is a true boon for the flagship and you personally.
Overlord lets out a discontented grumble, all the more peculiar then that the Adeptus Mechanicus would so readily hand over one of their invaluable brethren to us. It is unlikely that such a generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity.
Registering the launch of a cargo shuttle on course for our ship.
I think this is the new companion. Might not be. Kinda looks like him, though.
It's the new companion.
He's definitely strange looking.
Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps his hand closed, and the sparks of the motive force vanish, almost as if he has caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and bulky carapace, he hovers above the deck like a large crimson beetle. A mature face sits beneath the angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportion of organic material, and is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons.
A wise man once said that a machine spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah in his infinite wisdom has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? know. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart. And the motive force is the current of its blood.
I'm gonna speak up here. His unaugmented eye closes and his mouth relaxes in a serene smile, crossing his arms over his augmented belly. The tech priest inhales deeply of the air infused with ozone and sacred unguents. The servo skull hovering near stares silently at the priest.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance. Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
The tech priest.
The sacrament of tech relic maintenance has been performed correctly. Protocol for exchange of sacred regalia initiated. Registering the affiliation of this blessed tech unit to the clergy of the Forge World, Stygies 8. Requesting confirmation of the unit's familiarity with the standards of the Catechism of Maintenance and Safety in effect on this vessel.
For the most part, I don't feel the need to read the actions when they're spoken.
Yep.
It just... especially when it's the start of a line, to then be like, oh, well, this is what they did before they just said all that.
It is my pleasure to confirm the protocol for the exchange of sacred regalia and greet my brother in ministry. The vows taken in this temple are known to me, and I promise to honor them. I request a meeting with my esteemed colleague to facilitate knowledge exchange and to discuss values.
Who's this wise man who theorized on the nature of the machine spirit? It'd be interesting to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic Karain, operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
A compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
An excellent observation. My technical designation is Manipulus. And here is the galvanic cell. The repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe. Questions?
He stabs a mechanendrite into an augmented arm of a nearby technomat. Power snakes through the Manipulus's chrome claw into his cell. The technomat's vox stutters and rasps, and his implant goes limp. Uncertain that you have seen the effect, Eogun sends the power back into the augment, and it returns to life.
Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it to wherever you direct it. And you power it seemingly by drawing energy from other sources.
Correct. Entirely correct. How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
Genitor Extremis. What does that mean?
It is my creed. The incontrovertible fact that has defined my existence for as long as I can recall. And I recall a great deal. I have devoted myself to the mysteries of flesh and metal, to the processes by which one joins with the other, by which they live in union, and how they die. I am intimately familiar with machines, such as the one that I restored to life. I will school the members of the priesthood on board in its litanies of maintenance and operation, and reveal the secrets of the command rooms so they may operate it themselves. The sacrament of Ferrum Sanctum will be made available to you and your retinue. That, too, is an incontrovertible fact.
You speak to your servo skull?
Nuncius is my dearest colleague. His eagerness, inquisitive mind, and ability to view a problem from a variety of angles are invaluable to our research. He is also rather loquacious himself.
Nuncius does not make a sound, directing his visor somewhere past you.
Registering a violation. The tech unit Nuncius is ignoring a request for engagement, recommending that the unit's labor be allocated to repair tasks.
Declined with gratitude and due reverence. The tech unit Nuncius is designated as a personal instrument of the quest for the divine, which confers the privilege of privacy. That includes privacy from intrusion by entities of equal standing.
If I recall, they said he's a support kind of role character as well. So it could be a reason I maybe don't take Cassia with us every now and then.
Confirmed. Rejection of request acknowledged as valid.
Although these two don't seem to like each other very much.
But they would
I see no
work
colors
together
coming
well.
from Nuncius. Is treating servo skulls like living beings some kind of sacred practice among the tech priests?
But surely it does not answer you. How truly peculiar.
Gun, you didn't actually dare to create an abominable intelligence, did you? That's what they call AI in 40k.
Do you think I would dare walk about with an anathema? A profane parody of the human mind? The greatest heresy against the Omnissiah? What an absurd idea.
I mean, yes, but it's still absurd.
I honor the Crimson Accord of Mars and swear
Given what the theme of this DLC is about,
that Nuncius is no spawn of
they hint that he's not necessarily truthful.
the electromagnetic pulse of his wrath, and let the motive force desert my limbs forever and ever.
He's definitely a much more religious tech priest than most, in terms of, like, imperial religion than...
Nuncius is an incredibly sophisticated
than
creation
Mechanicus
of
religion.
secret algorithms interlaced with my own. It is difficult for a layman
I like his voice,
to
though.
grasp their inner workings.
Yep.
Yet
I wish he was
not
the
a
narrator
single
for the
one
game.
violates the commandments of the Omnissiah.
Yep.
Yeah, I would get a mod with him just reading off all the non-voiced stuff. Nuncius, I welcome you aboard.
If the servo skull has heard you, it makes no sign of it.
Amazing sincerity, Nuncius. It is gratifying to see that you have not lost your sense of tact over the years.
Yeah, he's a little crazy, I think. Or at least heretical. Heretic, even.
I fear my rendering will lack the sophistication inherent in Nuncius's lingua technis, but to crudely summarize, he is honored by your attention and records the moment as significant.
Thank you for your help, Gun. Where will we go next?
Your thanks are accepted, but my service is not yet at an end. The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixtus X-17 cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos Aeogun Febris and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the Von Valancius dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the Sector Bionica and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you. We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans, and abominable xenos alike, and the mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering. These fields of knowledge may also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
Why do you wish to do this?
It is my sacred duty to stand vigil to ensure the faithful operation of the technology I restored. Beyond that, Alter Templum Calixtus X-17 is an enclosed community. Many wisdoms can be found within its walls, but I seem to have exhausted their supply. Theory lays the foundation for exploration, but only practice can open the gates of knowledge. Nuncius and I have always been practitioners, first and foremost.
I'm just kind of surprised he can talk and smile because it looks like he's got a bunch of pipes shoved into his mouth.
It's more like his beard.
Okay, so he has a mouth just above that.
Yep.
I have already transferred the basic right of operation to a qualified contingent in the Sector Bionica. If you refuse us, Nuncius and I will linger just long enough to pass on the rest of our knowledge, after which we will disembark. The augmentation procedures can be performed without my participation.
Welcome aboard, Eogan.
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies, preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path of service. But as you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every circumstance. Rogue Trader, Nuncius states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence. I record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality.
What were you gonna say?
I was going to say we could refuse to have him, but I can't recommend it. It's nice having one more companion option.
Yeah, I don't see why we would refuse them.
Yep.
But of course, I did not come empty-handed. I would like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the rogue trader will it.
Take out Cassia for a brief bit to level him up.
Yep.
Saving. Starts off as an officer with everything predefined. could make him an overseer and make him have the servo skull swarm.
Yep. It's an option. There's various ways you can go about it with him, though, so don't feel like you need to.
Yeah, I just don't know what else I would want to do. I don't think Vanguard makes the most sense. I guess I'll look at what
You can shape him that way.
Yeah, so it's tech use. You went with common feature, logic, talent, base skill, logic, and then he got decisive response. And base skill, tech use, steel resolve, logic, ballistic skill, inspiring speech. Let's take aim, finest hour, air of authority, focus. Did he have anything unique? He does have a bunch of manipulous stuff that he doesn't even have invested into. So he has his unique archetype stuff or whatever, unique origin.
Yep. Which is something to be strongly considered, but never required.
You can target enemies with the Bring It Down ability. In this case, his resolve is reduced by 100% for 1 round. The target immediately attacks the closest creature. Then the target suffers -9 to all characteristics. Let's see, how does that scale out? It just says reduce resolve. Then Ferrum, so that's neat. So it's definitely tied to him being an officer. +1 AP if he has at least 6 stacks of potential energy. Sounds interesting. Attacks an ally affected by galvanic field. Shock damage. Induction transmission. When transonic cannon is used against creatures suffering from burning, the power of burning is increased by 6. So that pairs well with an executioner, technically.
Take your time. Please excuse me. I need to have a restroom break. But
yeah, we might even just wrap up soon anyways, so it's fine.
I will let you know when I've returned. Take your time.
Seems like if I was going to make him a Vanguard. Speed of Thought requires a repair mechadendrite, which... Where is even that? Let's see. Also, I want to check his... Starts with a plasma gun. He also has an undesign axe, which just looks like a staff. I guess I could focus him on That's your ability.
I am back and listening.
I think I'm gonna go with Overseer with him to give him the
Okay.
servo skulls.
Yep.
So Nuncius has more brothers.
Yep.
Have a good night, Bolty. And yep, very chunky. Let's see. I could probably focus on a lot of his manipulous stuff, which would make sense to do.
Yep.
Possibly that first one with the electroconvulsive therapy. Ooh. Although I was thinking of going for the repair mechadendrite, which also, when he restores wounds to an ally, also restores his own wounds. So it's a mutual heal. I
Yep.
like the idea of that.
Yep.
And since I was checking the other equipment and such and getting him equipped, he can't use boots or armor or a cape, but he's able to use everything else. I noticed you've got 2 pistols on Jai, so she probably would want the paraholster.
Agreed.
And I don't know if there's any other good. Might be some gloves or boots that we have somewhere that might work for her. Now you can give her dynamo boots to start. Those are good. Just extra movement points.
Yep.
Yeah, she's not going to probably be focused on melee.
Not really.
Let's see. Grenadier's Cloak is neat if we focus someone on grenades, because then that just makes no friendly fire as a result.
Yep.
Noise suppression helmet maybe is good for point blank stuff with her. If she gets...
So what's What's it called?
Noise suppression helmet near the top of our inventory.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
And then she just has an armored body glove right now, so at least the improved, or if we have anything, she can wear up to at least medium, it looks like. So if we have any decent medium. And yes, Iogun is heretical to a degree. I was able to equip something. The Dark Gem of Vitality.
Yep.
Although it doesn't...
I believe he has one rank of both heretical and trying to remember what the other one was.
He's more or less closing in on a heretic status for what he potentially does.
Maybe the other rank is iconoclast. Not sure.
I would say it'd be a weird mix of dogmatic and heretical. Makes more sense.
It should say somewhere.
I know. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem likely that he would be.
Oh, good. I can check. Yes, he has one rank of iconoclast and heretical.
Yeah.
Yes. And remember, choices you make alongside with him can eventually affect his personality.
Yep. But for now, he's able to wear some heretical stuff, even if it doesn't make complete sense, but getting some additional health.
Yep.
Well, if Veil Degradation increases while he's in the party.
Yep. Which the enemies will often do anyways, so might as well become stronger with it.
I don't know how he moves around, because he has like a single clawfoot thing that helps, but he otherwise floats.
Yes.
Otherwise, I do have the deflection gloves, but I think I switched to the shield. Yeah. So it's more so if, like, we have someone with higher ballistic power than weapon skill. Which, oddly enough, a lot of these characters don't split that way. That can make use of that, but I think I already have something that lets me parry with my gun built into what I can do. Let me check. I thought there was something I already had that allowed me to... I thought I had something where I could parry with my gun. Yeah. It's lawful intervention, so those gloves essentially give you a option to be like an arbitrator. But in bonus, it also gives the ability to do attacks of opportunity with a gun. Augmentation directly modifies the character's body. In contrast to equipping gear, installing an augment is permanent. An augment cannot be unequipped and can be replaced only with another augment. If removed, it is replaced with a basic augment. The original body part cannot be restored. There are several ways to install an augment. You can use the implantation throne, speak to the high factotum on the ship's bridge, or open the augmentation menu on the rightmost part of the Cronus Expanse map. To install an augment, drag it into the corresponding insertion on the character diagram to click install. Each augment provided unique active and passive bonuses, but always applies an unavoidable negative effect. When the character suffers a trauma to the corresponding body part, the installed augment malfunctions. Its positive passive effects are disabled until the trauma is healed, while its negative effects remain. Installing the augment inflicts stacks of Ferrum Sanctum effect, which actually he has some of.
Yeah.
Like, he has some abilities that synergize with it. For each augment installed, the character suffers 15% more shock damage from arc grenades and other effects that electrocute the target. The character has 6 augment insertions, 1 optical and 1 cortical insertion in the head, 1 somatic insertion in the torso, 2 insertions in the arms, sinistral and dextral, and 1 musculoskeletal insertion in the legs. Some companions possess unique augments that can be replaced, but other characters cannot install them. Cassia, Space Marine companions, and Xenos companions cannot install augments. So, for example, there's weapons damage is calculated with intelligence instead of strength, and ballistic skill instead of weapon skill, if those characteristics are higher. Interesting, so I could then just go heavy into ballistic skill and just counter, or just not even worry about investing into weapon, because then it just becomes tempting. Let's see. 2 levels of toxin. This seems like something for Heinrichs, because it applies toxin.
Ah.
The range at which medikits and stimulants can be used is increased by +3. Medikits used, which I don't have Medicaid. This seemed kind of fun. I can attack the target enemy with a melee weapon if they have one equipped. After the pull, if the user has 2 weapons equipped, they attack with both of them, but each deals 50% less damage. But essentially allows me to pull enemies in, and then I could counter it where it's like, oh, well, I have reduced weapon skill. Well, that's fine. I don't need weapon skill when I use ballistic, right?
Right, exactly.
Let's see. So I can do that. And then the brain. Ooh. Whenever shot hits cover instead of the wearer, the attacker gains +3 stacks of exploit. While not uncover, the wearer gains +24% cover efficiency as if they were in cover. That both sounds good for me, but also seems like a Pascal sort of thing, because he has the exploits anyways. Also seeing how it's visually changing a little bit, it added some stuff to the head. What is the dodge and parry? Oh, and then the neural system graft, which I wouldn't want this character anyways, actually grants 3 stacks. But when they suffer a trauma, this augment remains active. So it's like a bigger risk, but it a so-called negative effect is actually that it stays active anyways.
Yep.
So that's actually not too bad, and it's like designed for a warrior style character. I think those are both fun. What do you think? I lose some toughness, which isn't too bad. And then I also gain the force couple abilities. So I get a grappling effect, so I can pull enemies to me. Or allies, I guess. Actually says, they even call it a warrior thing. Oh, I see. So they even have like, here's something for soldier, here's something for warrior, here's something for operative, here's something kind of intended for... But just because it's that, I mean, my character's kind of built to pull people in and melee strike and such. Right?
Yep.
So...
Right.
Technically, the chemist combat thing is...
Yeah.
It says soldier, and it says with a weapon in this hand. It doesn't specify that it has to be a melee weapon.
Yep.
The only downside is that it does reduce ballistic skill, so I'd rather apply it to someone that uses melee instead. Because it reduces 10% of ballistic.
Yep.
Which isn't ideal.
Yeah.
It technically only gets worse the more investment I give it. But I like the idea of cerebral inverter. Because I don't even think I'm very heavily invested in strength, so I think intelligence. Can you check for me at all?
I will try. So let's see. You have, what were you asking about? Intelligence?
Intelligence versus strength, which is higher?
Intelligence 30, strength 30.
Okay. But that doesn't matter.
Cool.
But ballistic skill is higher than weapon.
Ballistic skill is higher, definitely.
Okay.
Yep.
So I like that. And I still like the idea of using the assault grapple for my character.
Yep.
As for these other augments, I don't know. I don't think... I feel like the toxin thing would be perfect to pair with the executioner.
This is
For the
true.
psyker we have for Heinrichs. The operative boots sound like they're designed for operatives. So they're meant to be in cover more often, but as a result are worse at dodging and parrying. The system graft, I think this would be decent. It sounds like it's good for a melee character, especially either Heinrichs or Abelard. No. Some of them even have augments by default, so the Seneschal's monocle, gray hood for her. He has a lot plus extra stuff that I don't think we can change.
Who?
Eogan.
Yep.
But I could, since he's like really good with Medicae, I could go ahead and give him the remote revitalizer. It extends the range of being able to use them, so I think that's kind of intended for him. And then the operative thing, I still feel like that's either a good option for... Probably a good option for Pascal.
Yep.
And then I think I want to give the toxin thing to our executioner. Is he the only one that's an executioner?
My personal character is as well, but I have a psyker ability that's good enough in my opinion.
So main hand, and then it causes toxin buildup. Even just outright replaces his arm, which is intense but cool.
Yep.
And then we have this more damage and gains deflection. I feel like that go here? Oh, yep. Yeah, I think that's fine. The system, the neural system graft for Abelard. It's like as he goes down in health, he gets tankier.
Yep.
And even if he suffers trauma, it doesn't disable.
Yep.
Which is all the better.
Agreed.
Cool.
Every moment a chance for greatness.
Yep.
Although I did not see the grappling hook thing applied to my character's arm, which is a bit of a shame, but it will be usable at least. It's already pretty late, so we might as well just go back to the ship. Bridge, and then maybe I can talk to... No. Aogana for a bit. And then wrap up the stream from there.
Understood.
As tends to be the case with this sort of stuff, where it's just a bunch of dialogue after a bit. Where is he? Area Prima. What was that?
Yep, go there.
I'm trying. My character won't move. Why is he stuck? Come on. Why can't he move? What's going on? Okay, left click.
See your character moving.
He wasn't responding to what I was trying to do. I was doing right clicks and not left.
Octo Rabido declaimed, every organism naturally born, flesh from flesh, knows fear. But the supreme terror of an organic organism is invariably evoked by the threat of annihilation. I have pondered this a great deal. Do death and terror define our existence from the very beginning? Like a kind of fate, a raised blade since our conception that governs our lives. Rogue Trader, do you fear death?
Do you fear the dark abyss?
Nuntius, his countenance a reminder of the inevitable end, stares at you with his empty eye sockets.
Aogan, do you begin all conversations with questions about death?
Hardly, but it is what was on my mind when you approached, and I thought it an interesting topic for discussion.
Is that a threat?
Not in the slightest. Merely an invitation to discuss. A means by which to get to know you better.
There's nothing to fear in death if you have lived a worthy life.
For it is what spurs us to do the things that give life meaning and dignity. You are a brave man, Rogue Trader. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now it is your turn to select the topic of conversation.
Isn't Nuncius jealous of your new cyber companion?
A preposterous notion. My cybernetic companion is merely an auxiliary tool. It is far less sophisticated than Nuncius, and lacks his outstanding communication skills and sharp intellect.
So he does have a unique dialogue for picking Overseer.
Truly, you detect not a whit of jealousy in the Servo Skull's gaze.
Your speech differs from that of other tech priests. It is less mechanistic.
To think that all tech priests speak exclusively like machines is a widespread misconception among the laity. We may strive to draw closer to the machine god, but we remain part of the human race. How exactly a tech priest achieves this oneness is the choice of each individual ordained in the priesthood of Mars, depending largely on personal characteristics, practical considerations, and interpretations of the tenets of the faith. Of course, many attune their language to machine cant or even prefer not to use flesh speak at all. It is then easier for them to make contact with machine spirits. For myself, however, a key aspect of the machine god is his omniscience. I gather wisdom, and that includes from communicating with laypersons. To this end, standard low Gothic has so far proved to be the most useful. However, this does not negate the fact that I am able to speak all the binaric dialects of Mars, if circumstances so demand. But can anyone truly know the essence of another person? For a veil of words often shrouds meaning that cannot be discovered in one brief conversation. Then again, all the greatest works on human nature began with scant material. Ask your questions, rogue trader.
Where do you hail from?
Stygius 8 is a forge world located on one of the moons of a gas giant in the binary star system of Vulcanus. A magnificent place. Stretching from horizon to horizon, mighty manufactorums crisscross the moon's surface, producing armaments and equipment. For the armies of the Segmentum Solar, the designs and patterns we produce are unequaled in the galaxy. The huge titans of the Legio Honorum tower over cohorts of Skitarii, making ready to escort countless expeditions, ravenous for knowledge and lost technology. And beneath them, deep within the moon itself, lies a labyrinth of archives and laboratories, where many sages cultivate knowledge and conduct experiments in the name of understanding the will of the machine god. Nuncius and I spent our adolescence and part of our adulthood there, before we were permitted to leave our cells for the cabins of expedition ships and the tents of field camps. I miss my home, but I do not regret leaving it, for stagnation is the enemy of knowledge.
And I actually know that there's different robes depending on which planet they're from. Red is most commonly associated with Mars. There's like orange ones, black robes, and gray with blue featured in Darktide, which all represent your kind of origin planet.
No, not all.
Yep.
The robes of tech priests often vary from world to world. They're imbued with symbolism that reflects the principles of a particular branch of the tech priesthood. Red is the color of Mars. It is present in the robes of each world as an homage to the red planet. White symbolizes the purity of machines and sacred augmetics.
So red is common, and then the other colors kind of get more specific.
One is compelled to carry a certain stigma living on Stygius 8. Certain theological disputes often
Yeah, I
lead
think
to
that's one of the
conflict
ones
with
you
our
can pick
fellow
from.
clergy. Black symbolizes our guardedness and otherness, while with red we emphasize the purity of our faith in the Omnissiah and our fellowship with the rest of the cult Mechanicus.
What theological disputes do you have with the other tech priests?
The tech priests of Styges 8 are most dogged in their acquisition of samples of xenotechnology. Under our doctrine, any methods used to gain an advantage over the enemies of humanity are justified, so long as they do not cross the line into heresy. As you may have guessed, where exactly that line lies has been the subject of debate and discord for centuries.
Has been a subject of debate on Discord for centuries.
This means that we are often compelled to ensure a certain level of secrecy in our work, which only increases suspicions about our world. But for the sake of the Imperium's victory, we are prepared to live with this stigma. That is an incontrovertible fact.
Tell me about your research. What is it you are trying to understand?
I have dedicated my life to many questions. The blessings of the fusion of organics and machines, the search for virtue in their separate existence, the possibility of prolonging the functioning of flesh through genetics and alchemy. The machine god is perfect in all his manifestations. This is the truth and an incontrovertible fact. But it seems to me that attempts to become like him exclusively through augmetics, though good in their righteousness, do not fully reflect his design. For the organic body is nothing but a biological machine whose components can be replaced and improved by genetic transmutation. I believe the truth lies somewhere between these two paths, and both lead to my ultimate goal, my magnum opus, to challenge death itself as a phenomenon, bringing humanity closer to the eternity of the Omnissiah.
What did you do before you arrived on ATCE 17?
I may not look it, but I am a wanderer and a pilgrim. Nuncius and I have led research expeditions with the aim of finding relics and artifacts and advancing the quest for knowledge. I have also endeavored to learn from my colleagues at every opportunity, developing my expertise in genetics, hermetics, and augmetics. We have visited more than one world, voyaged on more than one ship, and got our hands dirty more than once, both literally and figuratively.
What was it like living there?
Many secrets lie within that blessed temple fortress. I spent decades there, but still I am not certain that I discovered all of them. However, the station's clergy are not known for their insularity for nothing. They are quite reluctant to make contact with the laity, or even other tech priests. Nuncius and I were lucky that our skills were in demand, and we were able to ensconce ourselves in that fountain of wisdom. Alas, the doctrine of isolation and the intransigence of several colleagues had brought my research to a standstill, and so I seized the opportunity to join your retinue.
Be honest, with whom did you quarrel?
No, Nuncius. I was not trying to hide anything from the rogue trader. I only reasoned that the squabbles of tech priests would scarcely be of interest to him.
Sorry, I didn't catch that you said anything.
A moment. It is the phrase intransigence of colleagues that strikes you. It seems that there was more to his departure than simply a thirst for knowledge. Yep.
A disagreement arose with the cloister's arch-chemist, Tekla Paradigm 13. She stubbornly refused to understand the importance of my research and would not authorize access to the sacrarium of alchemical reagents. Since her arguments were invalid and her theoretical basis flawed, I decided to disregard her prohibition and grant myself access. I acted discreetly to ensure that my colleague would not discover my requisitioning of the reagents. That is, until work stopped in one of the Capellae Biologists, where there was a regrettable incident involving a group of servitors I had been experimenting on. Such a fuss over just a few controlled mutations. If Tekla Pt.10 had approached research with the same zeal she applied to making my life on the station more difficult, she could have been useful for something. Unfortunately, that was not the case. I decided to leave the station at the earliest opportunity, so as not to jeopardize my and Nuncius's efforts. That opportunity turned out to be you.
Wait, Pascal was also serving there back then. You two weren't acquainted?
The Omnissiah's providence did not bring us together. The temple is quite vast, and it is no surprise that two learned men never once crossed paths. After all, each of us is blessed with our own function, and fulfilling that function is a solitary effort. Really? My dearest colleague states that Magos Haneman and I once passed each other in Service Conduit 91-R. The esteemed Magos chided me for some minor neglect in the presentation of my augments, after which, having each voiced our opinions, we parted ways. It seems I considered this event to be inconsequential, and it has escaped my memory.
My curiosity has been satisfied.
As has mine. Questions can reveal more about the asker than anything they may say about themselves.
I wish to know more about augments.
I can only encourage such a thirst for knowledge. Ask away.
What is the Adeptus Mechanicus's view on augmentations among the laity?
A difficult question, and thus an interesting one. From the perspective of the cult Mechanicus, augmentation is an unalloyed good. Flesh is weak, and replacing it brings us closer to the Omnissiah. But this good is also a supreme privilege. Every augmetic is a man-made miracle that glorifies the machine god, and not every layperson is worthy of such a blessing. The majority of laypersons who have lost limbs or organs are at best furnished with the most rudimentary prosthetics, if any at all. The exceptions are those who hold key posts in the Imperium, or who cannot perform their duties without replacing their organics with more efficient equivalents. And naturally, there are exceptional individuals, such as rogue traders, who can afford the best augments at the wave of their hand. Or rather, its loss. Just think about it. You are one of untold billions, and you succeeded in becoming a statistical improbability. How could one perceive anything in these metaphysical mathematics but the design of the machine god?
What augments do you have?
I have a great many of them, and most possess rather esoteric functions that are difficult to explain to a layperson. The most obvious is the galvanic cell. My hull is quite heavy, so it is supported by a gravitic core, mechadendrites, of course, an alembic with an alchemical synthesizer, auxiliary cogitators, an eye with magnifiers and analyzers, a respiratory... My dearest colleague suggests that my answer is becoming tiresome. If you are curious, I would be pleased to attempt to compose a treatise on my construction. But the more difficult task will be to give it a form comprehensible to a layperson.
Hypothetically, if aluminum burned out in my chambers, could your galvanic cell revive it?
With a suitable source of motive force to redistribute, I could light up the lumens of an entire deck, rogue trader. However, I do hope that is not the only application you will find for my talents.
Isn't your face rather too organic? Most tech priests have more implants.
If my physiognomy offends you, there is no need to hide it behind feigned interest. However, I will answer on the hypothesis that your question is sincere. My face looks as it does because that is how I prefer it. A Vox grill is practical, but there is something about speaking my thoughts aloud via an organic vocal apparatus. Consider it my little extravagance. Besides, appearances are deceiving. My internals have been extensively augmented, and I am fully fluent in lingua technis and binaric. My dearest colleague amply meets all other communication needs.
With his silence, Nuncius makes it clear that the communication need for further discussion has been decisively met.
Fascinating. He nods with a smile. I'm curious about Nuncius.
My dearest colleague is incredibly flattered by the attention. Please, ask your questions.
What is he?
He is my dearest colleague and indispensable assistant.
But a servo skull is incapable of complex thought. How can he be your colleague?
A superb question. It is quite difficult to explain to a layperson, but I will try. To put it quite crudely, Nuncius helps me to think. He constitutes an exceptionally complex network of algorithms that augment my own. They contain conflicting points of view that seek out flaws in my reasoning, and information that is more useful to me if it is not kept in my own head. So I delegate it to him. He is wholly unique.
Yogan, be honest with me. Is Nuncius a abominable intelligence?
Are you truly asking me if I have violated one of the Omnissiah's core commandments as blithely as if you were asking to borrow my stylus? No. 1,000 times no. How could such a thing even be wrought from a single servo skull? A wicked mind of that caliber would require a receptacle of significant cogitational potential. I am deeply outraged by this insinuation, and simultaneously flattered by your assessment of my skills.
Nuncius is as sanguine and passive as ever.
My dearest colleague asks me to convey that he does not share my strong emotions, and humbly apologizes for this outburst. He also swears before the machine god that he was created according to all the canons of sacred engineering, and that he is not a sacrilegious perversion of his design.
How long have you two been together?
We have shared a cell since our novitiate on Styges 8. 138 planetary cycles and 72 days have elapsed since then. It may not be accurate in a temporal sense, but you could say we have been together my whole life.
A warm smile touches his lips. Nuncius, I wish to speak with you.
I will take it upon myself to interpret his words, but I beg your pardon in advance for falling far short of my dearest colleague in terms of rhetorical elegance.
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Why are you always silent?
Your presumption is incorrect. Nuncius is really rather chatty and holds strong views on every conceivable topic, which he does not hesitate to express at the first opportunity. Alas, you, as a layperson, are unable to hear his fiery declarations and witty remarks. Nuncius categorizes this fact as regrettable.
What is your opinion of Aogen?
Yes, Nuncius, I will relay it verbatim. He says that I possess a remarkable mind and excellent practical skills, but my excitability, especially combined with my stubbornness to the point of ossification, would have stunted my development were it not for his thoughtful advice and fair criticism. He also adds that the thought of working with anyone other than me evokes repulsion and outrage in him. The value coefficient of our relationship is extremely high in his catalogue.
Admit it, you're really the clever one in this partnership, aren't you?
Nuncius, what an appalling thing to say. Our partnership is perfectly equal. Keep your mischief-making to yourself, and don't mislead the rogue trader.
How many times a day does Aogen say this is an incontrovertible fact?
That cannot be right. That often? Yes, Nuncius, I would be obliged if you would assist in monitoring my vocabulary. But watch that superior tone of yours, please.
Thanks for the conversation, Nuncius.
Nuncius states that this conversation has stimulated and enriched him.
That is all I wish to ask.
Nuncius says that he will leave a channel for inquiries about his biography and personal qualities open for you, rogue trader.
You mentioned they have knowledge of Xenos.
The rank of Genitor grants me the right to study their foul anatomy and behavior for the purposes of identifying their weaknesses. I have personally dissected more than one specimen, and have even preserved specific body parts for further investigation. I research and study their technology to the same end. There is no shame in using our enemies' weapons against them, no matter what some narrow-minded colleagues may say.
And what kind of Xenos do you study?
The mythical kind, shall we say. The subject of my research is an ancient, unusually advanced xeno-civilization. Some among the tech clergy call them Niflimics, believing them to be the first creations of the Omnissiah. Others call them iron anathemas, considering them to be the spawn of abominable intelligence. But the initiated know them as Necrons, and believe me, the hand of the machine god has never touched these monstrous creatures. After more than 1 decade of searching, I have amassed a modest collection of objects that belonged to these Necrons, but I have never succeeded in understanding the purpose of most of them. Many believe that Necrons died out long ago, leaving behind only ruins of black rock. But I do not believe so. They exist still, and they are closer than they seem.
You have heard from drunken voidfarers dread tales and speculation about metal creatures that do not know death. None of these stories ever sounded plausible, let alone convincing.
Why do you believe they are alive?
I have encountered inconsistencies in my research. Ghost colonies with fresh tracks that match the descriptions of these Xenos from various sources. Adeptus Mechanicus expeditions that plunged into obsidian ruins, never to return. Gaps in the knowledge repositories of individual worlds, as if someone had been trying to hide information. In isolation, all these are unexplained coincidences. But if I analyze the cumulative frequency of the events and the systems in which they occurred, and compare them to the few things I do know, I can detect certain patterns. The ancient Xenos are exhibiting activity.
It sounds like more than a belief. He has encountered these mythical Xenos, or come very close to doing so.
Hey again, you haven't seen Necrons yourself, have you?
An interesting question. I will answer it with another. Would I be able to tell a layperson of such an encounter without breaking my vows to the cult Mechanicus? This question does not require an answer. Just food for thought.
What objects do you have in your collection?
That's the beauty of it. I don't know. Allow me to specify. It includes objects of mostly regular forms, cubes, spheres, cylinders, made of unknown black stone or metal. Many are covered in glyphs or patterns that cannot be deciphered. Fascinating trinkets that I have spent years studying, but have never progressed beyond flimsy theories that cannot be confirmed experimentally. Perhaps my approach is fundamentally flawed, or the objects are non-functional, or perhaps they simply do not want anyone to root out their secrets. It's a mystery, a stimulating mystery.
Isn't that heresy?
I appreciate your restraint, rogue trader. In my experience, such words directed at me do not constitute a question, but an accusation. I will not attempt to convince you of my righteousness, but I will articulate a few facts that you can use as a basis for your own conclusions. Fact 1. My interest in Xenos is easily mistaken for a proclivity. It is not. I find them no more appealing than I would a cadaver being vivisected to ascertain what sickness ended its existence. They are objects that I study in order to answer a simple question. How can they be destroyed most effectively? Fact 2. Certain species of Xenos exhibit technological proficiency. Their weapons and artifacts possess destructive and utilitarian properties that could elevate the power of the Imperium. In studying these properties, I find ways to translate them to the technologies bestowed upon us by the Machine God. No wicked deed of innovation is committed. I liken this research to the creation of new production patterns. Fact 3, the last. My research is directed solely toward advancing the quest for knowledge and strengthening the Imperium. Though a certain boldness may be inherent to my work, I do observe the dogmas and follow the righteous algorithms of the cult Mechanicus. Here ends the presentation on my position.
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Wait, are you calling me a heretic or him a heretic? Because I'm pretty sure he's a heretic.
I look forward to seeing what new topic of discussion you propose.
Yep. I would agree. Plus, I mean, the game kind of betrays that from any doubt. You wish to?
A little dabbled in both. Iconoclast and heretics.
Well, Iconoclast is just being for the people. So it's dogmatic and heretic that gets to be more of a black and white question.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which I don't know if there's any characters that represent both yet. I wish to debate. Let's begin with something simple. What is the meaning of life? 42.
Splendid. It has been a long time since I last had a worthy opponent. Not including my dearest colleague, of course. So, to the topic. I have never understood why some thinkers present this question as something profound, when the answer is utterly trivial. the meaning of life is determined by a person's position in the hierarchy of the Imperium and where he or she is deployed. But ultimately, what it comes down to is supporting the functioning of the system. The worker produces or processes a resource. The soldier destroys enemies. The governor ensures order and the shipment of tithes. The meaning of my life is to advance the quest for knowledge, thus fulfilling the function granted to me by the Omnissiah. As I said, an utterly unoriginal question.
Lancius, do you agree with Eogan?
My dearest colleague has accused me of oversimplifying matters. He believes that in trying to convey my point of view, I neglected many of the nuances you set forth in the question, and thus gave a trite answer myself. But he considers the general premise to be correct, albeit riddled with holes.
Do you believe in the meaning of existence can be reduced to one's function?
Absolutely. You may perceive that as a cynical view, but I am merely cutting away all that is superfluous. Humans are not simple creatures. I could regale you for hours with the nuances of the structure of the body and consciousness, and cite theosophical and philosophical musings, but it makes no difference. As long as a person fulfills their function, their life has meaning.
So what is my function and the meaning of my life?
You are the quintessence of the will of the Imperium. Your purpose in life is to expand it and strengthen its power where other subjects cannot reach. You do not explore the frontier. You are the frontier.
Simplify that even further. The Imperium is the meaning of our lives.
Brilliant! You have grasped the very crux of the matter and articulated it with concision. Nuncius, make note of the rogue trader's phrasing, and I will add it to my catalogue of arguments. Am I right in thinking that we have reached a consensus?
I kind of like this last one. Absolutely, nevertheless, I still won the debate. I think I'll go with that one, because these other ones are like...
Of course, rogue trader. I admit defeat. Your debate technique is highly unconventional. In which case, I suggest we conclude our disputation. You have already given me sufficient food for thought.
I must take my leave.
I find our conversation stimulating, and I will look forward to your next visit.
Oh, I'm so bored because I yawned just then. No. I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. Let me go ahead and do a save. Definitely takes a while to get through the fresh dialogue, though. So
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, hope y'all enjoyed. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, funny you say that, because my character's supposed to be one, and we're working on recruiting another one, so we'll probably both be treating him with scrutiny.
Yep.
But
for next week, will we be doing Dark Tide, or what's the preference? Sorry, Dan.
Maybe we'll see how this Friday goes.
Yep.
So if we want to, we can do that. We can maybe do Space Marine or something else, or we can continue this for about the same duration.
Yep.
But
as you prefer.
Yeah. But it was fun. Tomorrow, I think I'll be doing some more. Probably some more Crimson Desert. I didn't change it from anything else. And then Friday will be another collab. Saturday, I'm not sure if I'll do a stream. It is the TennoCon period, so at the very least I'd like to tune in for that and get whatever Twitch drops I can. There's like a free Mesa Prime? I think it's free Mesa Prime, which is pretty cool. And some other stuff, I believe, some other goodies. But I may not stream Saturday. I might just want to enjoy a longer weekend. So until then, I hope to see you in the next one, and have a good evening, have a good night, and bye for now. I'll go ahead and also look into raiding someone out as well. So see you then. Bye for now.